me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam.
Test 1 2, mic test 1 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I've been holding in since the clock ain't much morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. We's walking through the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order up a round of shots, and it's away we go. Switch up, roll down, get down. Order up another round of shots. Run, get drunk, get some.
Well, good after. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're ready for the afternoon portion of today's show. We're going to start off with Class 17 Cloverbud Showmanship. Class 17 Cloverbud Showmanship. First in the ring is entry 419 Liam Kernelligan, followed by 309 Adley Siebold. Entry 420 Sam Kernelligan. Entry 736 Braxton Burrell. Entry number 219, Colton Cooper. Entry number 403, Parker Smear. Entry number 414, Katrina Shermetsky. Entry 411, Charlotte Wilgosh. And entry number 418, Casey Taylor. We'll have some comments on our showmanship, Cloverbud showmanship class.
Good afternoon, everybody. These clover buds are a lot of fun to get out and get involved in this showing, and it's always fun to go down the line and talk to them and get some opinions on them from these kids. We're just going to pull 3 kids out at random to come back. We're going to pick our final 5. But these 3 kids, what we're really looking for on these clover buds is just some confidence, their ability to know how to work a show stick, how they're carrying their show stick. It's we're not getting into too fine of details. The big thing is just confidence in these kids and the fact that they're out here enjoying it and doing their best. And these 3 kids came to the top of the class for us here today. And they're going to move on to our final drive, but not take away from all these kids that we left standing on the side. Each one of them is out here doing a great job and working their butts off to get these calves ready. So good job to all these clover buds.
And our results in our first split of the showmanship, our Cloverbud showmanship class, in no particular order. 736, Braxton Barrel from the Tisdale Club. Entry 219, Coulter Cooper from Beatty. Entry 414, Katrina Sermeshki from Eskana Ethelston. Our judges today is Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett from Parkburg, Saskatchewan, where they operate Twinview Livestock. They specialize in high-quality Gelbvieh genetics. Joe and Aaron have enjoyed great success in the past number of years. Our second class of Cloverbud showmanship is coming up. We're going to start with entry 728, Ethan Hagnes from the Tisdale Club. Entry 717, Ashton Carroll from the Bar West. Show entry 701, Abigail Ayres from Tisdale. Entry 702, Chance Ayres from Tisdale. Entry 221, Parker Baneski from Beatty. Entry 407, Cannon Kiner from the Mescanal Ethelston. Entry 220, Y Gaudette from the Beatty Club. Entry 607, Kyla Buckle from Three Lakes. Entry 416, Janine Kerneligan from the Mescanal Ethleton. And entry number 735, Wyatt Thompson from the Tisdale Club. We're going to have comments on our class on the second split of Cloverbud Showmanship.
So once again, we're just going to pull these kids out in random order and take them to that final drive without placing them. Once again, what we're looking for is some confidence. There's a few kids in here that are starting to get those fine-tuned things down. Those things like stepping their calf into place, proper way to hold their halter and lead that calf around. All 4 of these kids that we're pulling out did a really nice job, and just really nice level of confidence they already have, even at their young age. So not only did these 4 members that we're pulling out do a great job, all the kids that we have standing too, we really appreciate how much confidence they have, the knowledge they have of their calves, and the fact that they're out here enjoying themselves. Even though we might have had a getaway, but you know what? Even though these cattle that are maybe not behaving 100% for these kids are staying calm and cool and collected, and that goes a long ways. So I think all these clover buds we've seen so far deserve a round of applause, and I think we got our final round coming up here next.
Coming out of our second split is entry 701, Abigail Ayres from the Tisdale Club. Entry 702, Chance Ayres from Tisdale. Entry 407, Cannon Kiner from Eskimo Ethelston. And entry 735, Wyatt Thompson from Tisdale. We'd like to thank Master Feeds as the sponsor of this class. As you leave the ring, they'll be receiving a medal for all their hard work today. There'll be medals for the first split also for everyone that was in that class. Entering from the first split of the Cloverbud Showmanship in no particular order is Braxton Barrel from Tisdale, Coulter Cooper from Beatty, and Katrina Shermeski from Eskimo Ethelston.
We'll now have comments on this class from our judges.
I think this group of Cloverbloods that we saw all day today deserves a big round of applause for a job well done. You know, sometimes the Cloverbud program gets a little bit of criticism because the thought is that these kids aren't big enough to get out here and work with these calves, but this group of young people that we have in the ring definitely proves that wrong. Each one of these members has done a great job. We're going to start our class with the Hereford steer. This kid is pretty impressive on that halter. You can tell this calf has had a pile of work at home ahead of time. When you step that calf into place, he knows where to stand, he knows where to step, and this young man knows how to get that calf there. Another thing that really sets him apart, and which even some older members can learn from, is even when he's pulling on this steer's head, he's still keeping it up. And that is huge. No matter when the judge looks at that calf, he's looking his best. And this young man has just done a tremendous job getting that steer shown. Not to take away from the young man with the black steer. Same thing. This kid is on fire when he's out here in the show ring. He knows where that calf needs to stand. We're watching now, he steps that calf into his stance. He's not having to pick his feet too much. If we were going to criticize him a little bit when you compare him to the young man with the Hereford steer, you're just keeping that head up a little bit. This steer is good and quiet, and it's a little bit of a challenge, but as he's working with him here more and more, he's doing that. The young lady with the Hereford heifer, really nice job. You can tell these two have a really neat dynamic and that they trust each other and they really enjoy working together. Once again, just like the other Hereford in the ring, you can tell this young lady knows where she needs to stand that heifer. She does her best to get her stepped into a stance and just does a really nice job, and the confidence she shows is really cool to see. We've got a couple young men here with the buckskin steers, both of them doing a really nice job. When you compare them to the kids above them, maybe not quite that confidence that they might have, but you know what? You can tell they spent a lot of time with these calves. They're super quiet and easy to work with, and when we're doing these Cloverbud classes, that's number one. And these kids are definitely doing it and doing a nice job. The young man with the Charolais heifer, once again, you can tell this heifer has a really that trusts this young member and would go anywhere with him, and just a really, really neat demeanor. But on top of that, we really like the fact that he's getting out here. He's leading with one hand. He's holding proper show stick placement. This heifer did get away from a little bit, but you know what? That happens. The fact is that he kept calm and cool and collected, and that's what we're looking for. Rounding out our class, the speckled steer here. Once again, just a couple little things, just making sure that show stick stays in the proper place. We discussed with them in the last class about proper halter placement. We're really love the fact that they've got that fixed, but just a really awesome set of Cloverbuds you guys have up here in Melville. So congratulations, guys, to the whole community for getting these kids out here, and the job well done for everybody.
Results in our Cloverbud showmanship class is first is 702, Chance Ayers from the Tisdale Club. Second is 407, Cannon Kaner from the Mescanal Ethleton. Third is 701, Abigail Ayers from Tisdale. Fourth is 735, Wyatt Thompson from Tisdale. And fifth is 219, Colton Cooper from Beatty. Our next class will be 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot, class number 21. There's 2 splits in this class. There is one scratch that is at the bottom of the first split. Show entry 510, Mackenzie Temple. In case you missed this morning and are just joining us now, our judges today is Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett. They are from Parkbag, Saskatchewan, where they operate Twin View Livestock. They specialize in high-quality Gelbvieh genetics. Joe and Aaron have enjoyed great success in the past number of years, where they have exhibited at numerous national champions, world champions, Canadian Bull Futurity champions, and Canadian Western Agribition champions. They recently raised and exhibited the 2024 National Champion Gelbvieh Bull. They also work closely with Joe's family at City Simmental of Moose Jaw. They have an annual Gelbvieh and Simmental bull sale each spring at the ranch, as well as a select Gelbvieh female sale each October. They market live cattle and frozen genetics across Canada and internationally. Joe and Aaron both grew up through 4-H and junior breed associations. They believe strongly in supporting youth in agriculture and enjoy every opportunity to give back to the same program they benefited from. Aaron and Joe encourage you to visit with them today and to follow them at twinviewlivestock.com or on Facebook. On behalf of all the 4-H families here and all 123 members, thank you, Joe and Aaron, for your support of the 4-H program. We'll have comments on our first split of 2-year-old females.
I guess I'd like to start by saying Aaron and I are going to take a few more minutes on these pair classes. This is a tremendous set of 7 pairs, and so therefore we have 14 head that we need to analyze and break apart from a structural point of view, and then we get into those pieces of function first and foremost. And all day you're going to hear Aaron and I talk about foot structure, about foot design, and you're going to see us looking at the ground. Our primary belief in raising cattle is that if we don't get the feet right, we're done. We have to get the feet right, and so we analyze those things very closely. As we look into these 2-year-old cows, then we look into udder structure and production and all of those pieces. And I want to start by saying on this class of cows, this is an exceptional set of females from end to end. We have the privilege of sorting through a lot of cattle at a lot of different shows, and we usually get at least one in a class that obviously doesn't fit. She just, a little harder doing, or doesn't have the calf in front of her, all those things. Every one of these females is worthy of being here. And so our hat's off to you, because bringing these pairs out is a tough job. You've got 3 years now of production into getting these cows to this point, from the time they were a baby to a yearling, and now that they're baby at side, and it's a big deal. We're going to start the class with that black cow that we love. She's so tidy and sleek in her design. She's so smooth from end to end. She's got a beautiful foot under her. Her udder design is really functional and has long-term use. What brings that cow to the top of the class, aside from all those things, is that steer calf at side. That is an absolute whale of a calf. When you analyze him phenotypically, he is so well structured. He's so balanced from end to end. We love the shape of that calf's hip. We love the elongation of his front third. He patterns very much after his mama cow, but I dare say that baby might be better than mama, and every generation ought to be. So that'll be the cow that starts this class. We really love the Charolais cow that we have in second. She's wider pinned. She's got more width of loin than the cow in first. There's just quite simply more cow there. She's another cow with a really tidy foot under her. Where we would love to adjust that Charolais cow in second is that udder structure. We'd love to shorten those front teats ever so slightly. We'd love to spread out the rear teat ever so slightly if we could, to compete with that cow ahead of her. We maybe, in terms of body alone, prefer the Char cow in second over that black cow in first. But when we analyze that udder design, we put her into second. I would say that we talk about each generation being better. I don't know that white calf at this point is going to be better than the mama. And so we'll put them in second, but we're quite happy with those top 2 pairs. This gray cow that lands into third is one that we absolutely love. When they hit that entry gate and came in onto the grass, Aaron and I both thought there's a pair that's going to be a front runner. We love the dimension, the body mass, the rib shape, the overall structure of both cow and calf. The longer this cow is in the ring for us, though, the more we'd like to make adjustments to her udder. She's coarser teated. The front teats are bolder than we'd prefer her to be at a 2-year-old age. Long term, by the time she's a 6 or 8-year-old cow, I suspect we might like to tweak that udder even more than we do now. But in terms of body design, we really love that gray cow. The Charolais cow that comes in fourth is one we really like from a tidy, functional point of view. There's a fault-free mama cow with no red flags. Baby at side would be the same. We'd love to just pull that cow apart and see more of her. We'd love to get her wider from the point of her shoulder all the way back across her hip, and put a wider hook to pin structure into that female, and just give more mass to that Charolais female. We're big believers in breed character. That cow for us doesn't read truly Charolais in terms of her body mass for us. We'd love to see more cow there. The red cow that comes in next with the speckled calf at side is another one that we'd say is just so functional, fault-free, good uddered, good footed. We'd simply like to see more of her. I don't think that baby at side is going to be quite as good as her mama is, and we'd love to see a generational improvement year after year, but we do like that mama cow a lot. Like I said, she's very tidy and functional. We'd just like to see more baby at side. The Hereford cow that comes in next, you so appreciate the the ease of condition on this cow that comes in as a 2-year-old in that shape is one that you can make a lot of money on. We'd love to tweak that udder design. We'd love to put more fore udder into that female. We'd love to correct the teat placement under that udder if we could ever so slightly. And we'd like to pull that rear suspension up to just tighten that udder up. That's just a May 1st baby, so it's hard to predict what they're going to be down the road. But if that bull calf patterns after mama, she'll be just fine. The black cow that comes in, quite honestly, she just gets outgunned. This is quite a tidy made little female. She's so sleek in her design. She's beautifully uddered. We'd love to adjust the foot shape under this female ever so slightly, add some more depth the heel. She's a little bit shallower as she gets and goes. She's also a little bit hard over her top for us as she gets on the movement. And you can see it there. She wants to push that top up out of her skeleton ever so slightly. Baby follows suit. And so if we could make that adjustment to the pair, we'd also like to add some center body to that calf and pull his flank down, give him some more dimension in order to compete with some really good calves up above him. If this is the quality of females we get to sort today, thank you so much. This is an awesome opportunity for us.
Results for our first split of 2-year-old female with calf at foot. First is entry 301, Morgan Sutter from the Kelvington Club. Second, 409, Ava Wilgosh from Meskinau Ethelston. Third, entry 304, Kendra Ewan from Kelvington. In fourth, entry 408, Anna Wilgosh from Meskinau Ethelston. In fifth, entry 707, Celise Fleury from Tisdale. In sixth, entry 718, Kenzie Ayers from Tisdale. And finishing the class off is entry 214, Kyle Spratt from Beatty. Our second split is entering the ring. We're going to be led off by Adrian Byman from Tisdale. Entry 306, Jacob McLean from Kelvington. Entry 710, Casey Wilson from Tisdale. Entry 609, Carson Pitzel, Three Lakes. Entry 706, Ty Olson, Tisdale. Entry 212, Caitlin Spratt, Beatty. Entry 204, Lockin Leclerc, Beatty. And entry 410, Carter Wilgosh, Meskinau Ethelston. That rounds out your class of 8 and your second split of 2-year-old females with natural calf at foot. Ages of these calves in this class range from January 4th to February 22nd. Our show photographer for the day is Tessa Thompson. She'll have a site where people can purchase the photos after the show. Just get in touch with the club leaders, and we encourage you to support her. We'll have comments on our class from Judge Birch.
Another exceptional set of pairs we have here in the ring. Me and Joe always talk when we come to these shows that we always get excited when we find really good cattle, and that's what so far we've done here today. We started the class here with the Flex Semitol pair. Pair to us just comes together the best out of this class of females. That bull calf that she's got in front of that cow, he's a very, very good calf. You know, we do have some Flex Semitol cattle as well, and he certainly fits that type. He's got the muscle pattern, he's got the depth, and just doing a really nice job that this cow is doing his white sheep put her at the top. Love the udder design under this cow. She's got some volume. She's got some look. It comes to us in nice condition, and she's got good enough feet for us to start the class. When you compare to that cow in second place, we love this mama cow. We love her power. Joe spoke in our last class about breed character, and to us, this is what a Charolais cow should look like. Beautiful udder under, once a nick gain, good enough feet. The reason why we slid her into second hole over the Flex Semitol cow is just in the calf. We'd like to soften this calf up. She's just a little more on that extreme side for us here today and just doesn't pattern like nearly as much like mama does. So for that reason, we're going to slide her in second hole, but don't want to take away from how much we love this cow. In third hole, once again, we have a cow that we really, really like. This cow is good-footed. She's good-uddered. She comes to us being long-bodied, a nice shape. We do want to see a little more calf in front of her. The calf does pattern very similar to mama. This is the youngest calf in the class, we do grant. But in order for this cow to place higher today, we just need to see a little more horsepower in front of this cow. Move into our fourth place pair. This is a pair that's a little bit of an outlier in this split of females in terms of body condition. She comes to us in a little greener condition. To us, she does have adequate body condition. But what we love about this cow and what put her as high as she is her udder design and foot quality. Out of any female in the class here today, she is the female that does that the best when we combine those two characteristics, and that is something that's very, very good, or very, very important to us, and that's why we put this cow up where she is. And that calf in front of her, you can tell she's doing a nice job with the calf. Pattern's very similar to mama. We move now into this blaze face pair. And if we were judging solely on what these cows are producing and the calf in front of them, this is our favorite calf in the class. We love how feminine she is. She's got some volume. She's balanced. Just a beautiful heifer calf. What we'd like to do is change up mom a little bit. We'd like to change those rear quarters and blend that udder quality into that cow's belly a little better. We'd like to shorten up those front teat size and clean up them feet a little bit. So we were a little hard on this cow, even though we love that heifer calf in front of her. We just like to tweak some things on mama for this pair to move up higher. We moving into the red baldy pair, a cow that's doing a very good job on the calf in front of her, a cow that has probably the best udder in the class here today. Our challenge is with her is we just like to clean those feet up. You're gonna hear that a lot, especially through the females over the next couple days, that we just are really hard on feet, and that's where we're gonna fault this female. That being said, she's doing an awesome job with that calf in front of her, and he patterns very similar to mama. Move now into a black pair that, we really do like this cow. She's long-bodied, she's clean-uddered. We would like to, change up our udder structure a little bit, but we're not going to be too hard on that. Where we're going to fault her is just on that foot quality, and we just like to change that calf up in front of her. Just like we spoke of some calves higher in the class, just baby isn't quite as strong as mama, so we were a little hard on this pair because of that. Rounding out our class, we have a cow that, we're just going to clean up some teat size issues on this mama cow and clean those feet up a bit for her to place higher. But a cow that comes to us in nice working condition with a nice calf in front of her. We'd also just like to change up those hind wheels a little bit. They're just got a little more set in both mama and baby for us today. But just a cow that you can tell is going to be a good working kind of mama cow for this member.
Results in our second split of the 2-year-old female with calf at foot. First is entry 706, Ty Olson from Tisdale. In second is entry 410, Carter Wilgoss from Meskinau Ethelston. In third is entry 719, Adrian Byman from Tisdale. In fourth, entry 710, Casey Wilson from Tisdale. And fifth, entry 306, Jacob McLean from Kelvington. In sixth, entry 204, Lakin LeClaire, BD. In seventh, entry 212, Caitlin Spratt, BD, and rounding out the class is entry 609, Carson Pitzel from Three Lakes. Now entering the ring is our champion class of 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot. Coming back from the first split is 301, Morgan Sutter from Kelvington. And at show entry 409, Ava Wilgosh from Meskinel Ethelton. If there's any of these sponsors here, if there's a representative from TNS Farms, or if there's a representative from Skinner Farms here to do the banner presentation.
Give a round of applause to these members that have brought out these beautiful 2-year-old cows. If you yourself has never shown a cow-calf pair, I want you to just take a second to understand the amount of work and effort it takes to get these cows ready. This is an absolutely immense task. There's no harder job than halter breaking a baby calf. Keeping a mama cow in good condition for the show ring. Hopefully these cows are bred back and ready for that next baby to come. There's so many moving parts to getting these pairs ready, and so any member that has brought a pair, we certainly salute you, whether you started the class or concluded the class. It's a huge job. We're really very pleased with the 4 females that we've brought back for our division championship. We have a type and a kind that we believe strongly in, and we hope you can start to see that as the day goes on. You will hear us continue to talk about foot and udder design. Those are critical foundation pieces that we take very, very seriously and we believe strongly in. And then in these pairs, we start to analyze production and all of those other pieces too. There's so many variables in these pairs. It's a difficult task for a judge, but it's certainly a privilege for Aaron and I to have the chance to show you your champion 2-year-old, followed by your reserve.
Your grand champion 2-year-old cow-calf pair, sponsored by TNS Farms, is entry 301 Morgan Sutter from Kelvington. And your reserve grand champion 2-year-old cow-calf pair is entry 409 Ava Wilgosh from Meskinel Ethelston, and that is sponsored by Skinner Farms. As they take a couple of pictures, if we can get class 22 ready, the 3-year-old cow-calf with natural calf at foot, there should be 9 entries. Entering the ring now is Class 22, 3-year-old cow-calf pair with natural calf at foot. First in the ring is entry 707, Celeste Fleury from Tisdale. Entry 301, Morgan Sutter from Kelvington. Entry 304, Kendra Ewan from Kelvington. Entry 705, Austin Olson, Tisdale. Entry 710, Casey Wilson, Tisdale. Entry 214, Kyle Spratt, Beatty. Entry 510, Mackenzie Temple, Moose Range. Entry 509, Chloe Cranch, Moose Range. Entry 408, Anna Wilgosh, Meskina Effleton. Banner sponsors for this class is Bellin Farms and Dinero Farms. If we can have a representative from each of them here. participated in the regional show this year is the largest amount of members we've ever had at 123, and also the largest amount of head in the barns, 238 head. These steers, heifers, cow-calf pairs come from 7 clubs: Beatty, Meskinel, Ethelston, Three Lakes, Bar West, Tisdale, Moose Range, and the Kelviton 4-H beef clubs. Comments from our judge on the Class 22 3-year-old cow-calf pair with natural calf at foot.
We're going to start our class of 3-year-olds here with the black pair down on there in the end. This cow gave us a little bit of trouble. For us, this cow is overconditioned for where we like to see these females at this stage in their life. But that being said, she's sound, she's good-footed. We like that teat size and those attachments on her udder. She is getting maybe a little bit low and a little bit pendulous in that udder, but the structure of it, and considering where she's at for condition, we're calling that acceptable for today, and fits into that spot because of that. That calf that she's got in front of her is just a dynamite calf. He's big topped, he's big middled, he's big hipped, just doing a really good job on this calf in front of her. So that's why we took this black pair to the top of the class. The cow in second place, we love this cow. Like we said before, when we're looking at a Charolais female, this is what a Charolais female should be. She's bold sprung, she's big top, she's level over a big long hip, and she's really good footed. Just a really strong cow. Where we'd like to change her up a little bit is just in that teat length, and just put a calf out in front of her that matches Mama a little bit more, and she could have slid into first place hole for us today. But two cows that maybe are a little different in their type, but for us today, they fit best in that range of what we're looking for. We go into the third place cow, this speckled cow. She's got the best calf in front of her here today. If we were just judging solely on calves, we would place this cow at the top. We love this calf and what this cow is doing, and especially when you consider the improvement that she has made on herself. This cow, she is big middled, she's long bodied. We'd like to change that foot structure up a little bit and level that udder out a little bit for us today if we're going to be critical of her, but just a really nice pair in third hole. Moving into fourth now, this black Simmental cow, one of those types of cows that's going to go out and hammer it out and do a great job every year. Love the udder structure on this cow. We love the foot structure on this cow, and she's doing a nice enough job with that calf in front of her. We're not going to say the calf is necessarily an improvement over Mama, but I think it's more of a lateral move, but still a really nice pair to sum up our fourth hole. Move now into the black Baldy pair, a cow that's doing a rip of a job with that calf in front of her. Big top calf with lots of middle. I really love the fact that this cow has outdone herself and what she has done. Just a really nice job there. We'd like to change up a few things in that udder structure for her to place higher, and maybe just give her a little more scale when you compare to the females above her to place higher. Moving on, this black blaze-faced cow, a cow that we love when she's stood still. She's got a great udder design, she's got a good foot quality, but when we set this female in motion, she really roaches up on her top, and we are really hard on that for her today. That being said, that calf in front of her, that has been corrected, and I would definitely say the calf that this cow is raising is stronger than Mama, but we just found some faults in that cow that made her tough to place higher today, but just doing a really nice job for this young lady. The solid black pair we have in next down on the row here, a cow that a really moderate frame cow that's doing a really good job with that calf in front of her. We'd like to tidy up that teat structure on her and the foot structure in order for her to move ahead. Like we've said all day, that's kind of the cornerstones for us to make these females have some longevity and some durability and last as long as possible for these members. So we're going to be a little bit hard on her because of that. Moving on to the red Baldy pair, a cow that's doing quite a nice job with the youngest calf in the split here today. A feminine heifer calf that matches Mama very similarly. We'd like to change up that udder structure on her for her to place higher and just give her a little more tour when you compare to the females above her. Rounding out our class, we have a Charolais female here that it's our understanding that she had a bit of an injury here today, but it's our job to judge these cattle on the day, and for us, she isn't sound today, so we had to be a little bit hard on her, but there's no denying that this cow has a ton of mass and volume and is doing quite a nice job with the bull calf in front of her, but for us today, like I said, we just have to judge them how they're presented to us, and that's why we had to go that route. Like Joe said before, these pairs are a pile of work, and these members deserve a big round of applause for that extra bit of work that they put in to bring these 3-year-old cows to town.
Your grand champion 3-year-old cow-calf pair presented by Bellum Farms is entry 301 Morgan Sutter from Kelvington. Your reserve grand champion 3-year-old cow-calf pair presented by Donero Farms is entry 408 Anna Wilgosh, Meskinau, Ethelton. Third in class is entry 705 Austin Olson, Tisdale. Fourth is Casey Wilson, Tisdale. Fifth is Chloe Cranch, Moose Range. Sixth is Kendra Ewing, Kelvington. Seventh is Kyle Spratt, Beatty. Eighth is Celise Fleury, Tisdale. And rounding out the class is Mackenzie Temple, Moose Range. We're going to have a 10 to 15 minute break, and then we'll get into the breeding heifers. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Is that louder? Good? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. We'll be starting momentarily on the first class of breed and heifers, starting with the Red Angus division. We have one entry in this class. Entry number 209 is a scratch. Or sorry, we have one scratch, entry 209. We have three others in this class, starting with entry 418, Casey Taylor of Mescona Ethelton, entry 101, Alice Skinner of Bar West, and entry 402, Braden Schmear, Mescona Ethelton.
A small class of Red Angus females to kick off the yearling division of the show, and certainly a nice place to begin. We're going to start that class with a really cherry red, deep soggy sided type of female. She reads like a mama cow to us. She's so broody in her makeup. We love the depth of side she has. She's a good footed female. The claws are evenly shaped and evenly sized, and we think that she's got plenty of mass and dimension for a mama cow down the road. The heifer in second is by far the most attractive female in the class. She's so elongated through her front third and up-headed out of that shoulder. We like the way that she blends that shoulder back into her rib. Really an attractive female. Where we tweak her compared to the heifer in first is just give her some additional flex and movement to that rear hock as she gets and goes. She wants to be just a little bit straighter on that hind wheel compared to our heifer that wins the class, and we'd love to give her some additional movement there. The broody heifer that rounds out our class in third there is one you really appreciate from a density point of view. There's a lot of red meat in this female. She's really fighting this young man today, and as a result, you'll see her as she goes. She wants to pile up in the midsection of her body. She pushes her spine up out of her skeleton, and she just is tough to get a read on in terms of her structural integrity as she goes. We could tweak the foot design ever so slightly on that female if we could as well, but like I said, we certainly appreciate the density and muscle shape that one has to offer. A nice class of Red Angus females to start our yearling show.
First in class is entry 418, Casey Taylor from Mesquite Ethelton. Second in class is entry 101, Alice Skinner from Bar West. And third in class is entry 402, Braden Schmier from Mesquite Ethelton. Next class will be class 24, Black Angus breed and heifers. There's 9 in this class. One added entry. We're going to start with entry number 116, Carter Carroll from Bar West. Entry 609, Carson Pitzel from Three Lakes. Entry 103, Sarah Skinner from Bar West. Entry 305, Hunter Lidholm from Kelvington. Entry 710, Casey Wilson, Tisdale. Entry 709, Brock Wilson, Tisdale. Entry 407, Teslin Kiner, Mesquite Ethelton. Our added entry is entry 405, Kyle Wilton from Mesquite Ethelton with a February 9th heifer. And rounding out the class is entry 301, Morgan Sutter from Kelvington. We would like to thank our dynamic duo of Alicia Sapatic and Rebecca Porter for working the ring today. And as the judges decipher going through this class of Angus heifers, I'd just like to thank our platinum sponsors for this weekend. Brandt Agriculture, Chupa Trucking and Excavating, Edwards Livestock Hauling, the Northern Plains Program and Collective Impact, Chris Pulley and T-Bar Cattle Company, and Richardson Pioneer. Here are comments from our judge on the Black Angus breeding heifers.
Really nice set of Angus females we have here in the ring, and we took a few extra minutes for that, but that's just because these heifers are worth it. We're going to start our class off here with the young man. A heifer that she does not hit you as hard as a lot of the other females in the class when she comes into the ring. But what we're going to be talking a lot about as we go on this weekend is sound structure, and that's what this heifer is. She is a little plainer made. She isn't as attractive as a couple of the females that follow her. But you know what she is? She's sound. She's good-footed. She's got a beautiful udder coming. To us, she's the type of cow out of the females that we have in front of us that's going to last the longest, and she's going to be a fault-free, trouble-free, no heartache kind of cow moving forward, and that's why we put her into first place. Like we said, she isn't as attractive as the couple of females that stand below her, but she's got a lot of volume to her. She's long hipped, she's level hipped. She's just got all those foundation pieces that to us at the end of the day make a good mama cow, and that's what brought her to the top of the class for us. We move in now to two females that are absolutely beautiful. We love the front ends on these females. You can tell they have that Angus character that that's made the breed so popular. The heifer in second place. We love the body to this female. She's got lots of right through her flank. She's got lots of volume to her. Like we said, attractive female. Where we'd like to change her as well as the female that follows her is how they move on those hind legs. We'd like a little more flex on those hind wheels. When these females get older and they get out and moving and tracking around a pasture, they're just a little hindered a little bit in that regard, and that's why we were hard on them here today. The heifer in third, we love how long-bodied this female is. Wow, is she ever long-bodied. What we would like to see, though, is a little more depth of body. When you compare her to the two heifers above her, she just lacks a little bit of that softness that they have, but a super attractive female that we really, really like. Going with the gray heifer in fourth, a little different type of female here. Big volumed, little plainer fronted female, but she's good-footed. She does have a couple extra teats coming underneath her, but the four that she does have in the correct spot are dropping really nicely, and we believe she'll have a really nice udder. Female, like I said, a little plainer when you compare to some of the females higher in the class, but one that's just that goes back to the basics and it's just going to be a good, powerful little cow for this young member. We go now into a couple heifers that they're just a little flatter made when you compare to the heifers above them. We'd like to, both these females, we'd just like to give them a little less set in those hind wheels. They tend to get underneath themselves when they get on the move, and that's reflected down into their feet. We'd like to see some more heel on these females. We gave the nod to the female that we thought just was a little more leveler over that hip and has a little more power when you compare these two. We're going now into a beautiful female. This female is just pulling in now. We love the front end of this female, the attractiveness she has. She really hits you when she comes in. Our challenge with her is she just gets quite straight on those hind legs. And that's just, it really restricts her movement, and that movement travels up all the way through her body when she gets out around this ring. And for that, we are a little hard on her today. We'd like to settle that tail head down in for this female as well, but there's no denying that the attractiveness that this heifer has is undeniable. We're moving to our last two females here in the ring. Just females that give up some of the power and attractiveness when you compare them to the females above them. The black heifer, long-bodied female that's got some chest to her. We just like to pull her apart and give her a little more hip shape when you compare her to the females above her, and just make those and correct some feet under her. The same could be said for the fun little speckled heifer here that rounds out our class. A long-bodied heifer that's got some attractiveness, but we just like to tidy them feet up for her to place higher today. But a really fun set of Angus heifers for us to judge here today.
Results in our Black Angus breeding heifer class. First in class is entry 709, Brock Wilson of Tisdale. Second in class is entry 407, Teslin Kiner, Meskinal Ethelston. Third in class is Morgan Sutter of Kelvington. Fourth in class is Carter Carroll of Bar West. That's show number 116. Fifth in class is show number 609, Carson Pitzel, Three Lakes. Sixth in class is show number 710, Casey Wilson, Tisdale. Eighth in class is entry number 103, Sarah Skinner, Bar West. Entry number 305 is 9th, Hunter Lidholm, Kelvington. Next class we have is class 25, Charlie breeding heifer. There's 9 females in this class. I would like to take this minute to thank our gold sponsors, Affinity Credit Union, AECOM Transport, Alliance Genetics, DLMS, G3 Canada Limited, Gordon Ready Mix, Master Feeds, New Era Ag Technologies, Nielsen Acres Limited, Prosperity Credit Union, Townside Enterprises Limited, CNT Porter, Usselman and Johnson CPA, and Viterra.
this is a tremendously impressive set of Charolais heifers and a large group at that. And certainly we give big credit to what the Charolais breed has accomplished in our industry. They've certainly carved out their place. We're going to start the class with the heifer that hit us extremely hard when she came into the ring. She's really flexible in her joints. Her movement is really seamless and fluid, and we love the presentation of this heifer. For us, she's in an ideal body condition. She's nicely presented in terms of her development at this stage of the game. We like the teat placement that she's demonstrating already, and she's got a really evenly shaped claw set on all 4 feet. And when we combine those foundational pieces with the attractive presence of that female, that's one that for us rises to the top of the class quite handily. The heifers in second, third, and fourth, we've sort of waffled on in terms of, some give and take. We're going to give the benefit to the young lady with the heifer in second, just in terms of her side profile. That's an extremely attractive female from a side profile. We appreciate the udder design she's setting down. And then when we analyze this female from the rear third, she's got plenty of center body to her, and we really like that about her as well. That great big bold robust rib-shaped heifer that's in third is undeniably impressive. She's highest weight per day of age female by a country mile, I dare say. We love the center body on that female. She's got so much capacity in that midsection. Just a female that wants, with that capacity, her top wants to break down on her as she settles into the ring. I suspect by the time this heifer's carried 3 or 4 babies, she's going to be, really dip down in that top and break in her loin. But we love the power of that heifer, and we've mentioned the niche that the Charolais breed has created, and there's a heifer that certainly fits that mold. We did switch the young men in third and fourth. We just appreciate the foot shape of the heifer in third, a little bit over the one that we moved down to fourth. But that heifer in fourth is so attractive. She's up-headed, she's elongated through her front third, and we like her side profile as she's so balanced from end to end. A really nice top group of 4 heifers there. Then we come to this buckskin baldy heifer. Just when you want to analyze foundational pieces, she has them. She's great footed. Each claw is the same shape and size. She looks like she's setting down a beautiful udder. There's a heifer that gives up some of the presence when they come into the ring. She just didn't hit us as hard with that overall look. A heifer that gives up some of that center volume that the heifers ahead of her have. When you analyze her down her top, she wants to drop quite quickly off the edge of that top down into her rib and just doesn't have that overall capacity as the heifers ahead of her. Then we come to a young lady whose heifer we quite like from an eye appeal point of view. We'd love to shorten up the teats on that heifer ever so slightly to make her compete with the heifers ahead of her. She does have just a very slight crack in one front toe there that we'd like to keep an eye on as well moving forward. Then we come to that young Clover Bud member there. He's done an awesome job, and I did offer my apologies to him. I said next time get faster judges. He's been out here being patient all day, and he's been awesome sport to work with. We really like his heifer from a side view. She's very attractive from that front third. We'd love to just see more of her. We'd love to pull her apart and give her more top and right down to her foot. She's quite narrow in her base, and she just doesn't have the power of the heifers ahead of her. The young lady in red there, that heifer is just coming out. We really appreciate the mass and muscle shape that female has to offer. We'd love to do a little bit of a foot redesign on her, some curl on some toes and things like that. We'd just like to get up corrected. The gray heifer moving out now, she just doesn't have the mobility in her top, and you can see that as she gets and goes. She's a little bit harder top. She rises up out of her skeleton, and we'd like to just soften her teat design if we could, make those teats a little bit tidier. They're quite coarse for this stage of the game. That's a really impressive set of Charolais females. If you can keep bringing us these impressive females, we're sure loving our day here in Melfort.
Results in your Charolais breed and heifer class. First is entry number 714, Landon Bear from Tisdale. Second in class is entry 408, Anna Wilgoss from Meskina Ethleton. Third in class is entry 202, Dane Nielsen from Beatty. In fourth place is entry 410, Carter Wilgoss from Meskina Ethleton. In fifth is entry 307, Dawson McLean, Kelviton. In sixth is entry 729, Abigail Defoe, Tisdale. And seventh is entry 736, Braxton Burrill, Tisdale. In eighth is entry 510, Mackenzie Temple, Moose Range. And finishing the class off is entry number 413, Kali Sermeski of Meskina Ethelston. Now in the ring is Class 26, Speckle Park Breed and Heifers. We have 3 in this class.
Got a fun class of Speckled Park females here in the ring. Not big on numbers, but like the Speckled Park breed can be a lot of fun to judge and come out and exhibit. These females, some difference in types and kinds here, and we came, the heifer that we brought to the top of the class for us did so but on foot quality. She's by far the best footed female in the class, and for us, that's why we decided to start the class off with her. She is a moderate, lower performing type of female, but at the end of the day for us, that structural soundness piece is so important, and that's why she came to the top of the class. That would be our criticism of the females in second and third. We'd really like to tighten those toes up and get these females a little more heel underneath them to give them that added longevity for these young members moving forward. We gave the nod between these two to the heifer with a little more scale to her, a little more stretch and levelness over that hip structure. The big spotted heifer we gave the nod to when you compare these two. Rounding out our class, a female, like we said, we'd like to tidy those feet up and give her a little bit more power when you compare to the two heifers above her. But good job on these Speckled Park breeders for bringing these heifers out today.
Results in your Speckled Park Breed and Heifer class. First in class is show number 515, Amila Rosewald, Moose Range. Second in class is show entry 222, Walker Carlson, BD. In third place is entry number 514, Eliza Rosewald, Moose Range. Next class is class 27, Hereford Breed and Heifer. There's 5 entries. There is 1 scratch. Show number 205 is a scratch. We'll have comments on this Hereford class of breed and females.
This is a really beautiful group of 5 Hereford females. For Aaron and I to sort. We're going to give the nod to that black heifer. When you get to analyze this heifer at the ground, she's extremely good-footed. But each claw on each foot is perfectly even. She's just so fluid in her movement. We love the flexibility of her joints. She's the youngest heifer in the class by a great deal, and just so attractive and well balanced. There's a ton of mass to this heifer as well. That's one that we think has the look of a future mama cow. We come to 3 heifers in the middle of our class that Aaron and I just really appreciate parked. These heifers are really impressive once these 3 juniors get them they're set the way they want. We're going to start with the real cherry red heifer there. She's so beautiful when she's standing still. When we get her on the move, she wants to snap a rear pastern on us today. And just she doesn't quite have the fluidity of movement compared to that black heifer ahead of her, but that's a really attractive female, and we just love her from a body point of view. When these heifers are parked, we prefer that heifer in second over the heifer in first, but when we get them on the move, that black heifer comes to the top. The heifers, again, in second, third, and fourth, we would change them all the same way. We would love to pull that chest back into them. They're sort of getting beyond where we would like to see heifers for this stage of the game in terms of body mass, body condition, and that as a result, that chest is being pushed out from the front of their shoulder, and they're getting plenty heavy for us. Those are 3 ladies that we'd love to see some pasture and go for a run in our perspective, but we really appreciate the brood character of them, and just heifers that have a lot of use. We're going to round the class out with that brockle face heifer, one that's probably the most attractive through her front third of any in the class. We love the way that brisket is set back to the point of her shoulder, and we really appreciate how long-bodied that heifer is. We'd just like to redesign her from a foot point of view, give her some extra heel, particularly on those back feet, and get her set up under herself just a little bit better. That's a really vast differences in that group of heifers, but a lot of function and a lot of use in those Hereford females.
Results in our Class 27 Hereford breed and heifers. First place is show number 110, Reuben Skinner of Bar West. Second is show number 718, Kenzie Ayers of Tisdale. Third is 717, Ty Ayers of Tisdale. Fourth is 701, Abigail Ayers of Tisdale. And rounding out the class is show number 204, Lakin LeClaire of Beatty. Class 28 is a scratch, so we'll move on to Class 29, Simmental breed and heifers. We have 3 splits in this class. I'll take this moment to thank some of our silver sponsors: A&KN's Truckin', Bell M Farms, CEC Semi Services, Cornerstone Credit Union, Creek's Edge Land and Cattle, Donero Farms, Gateway Veterinary Services, Greenland Waste, K&S Sign Shop, Kelverton 4-H Beef Club, and Mohawk Animal Clinic. we will have comments on our first class of Simmental breeding heifers.
Great set of Simmental females to start us off here. We went with the female in our minds that just brings a lot of the best pieces together. This is the heifer. There is some more attractive females down the line than this female, but you know what? She's super sound. She has a tremendous foot under her. Her teat size and placing is perfect. She's got tons of volume. That underline carries right from her chest floor right back through her flank. She's straight in her lines. Just a beautiful, beautiful female that we just think pulls the most pieces together when you compare her to the other females below her in the class. We go into second place. Just a Mayborn female here that she definitely beats the first place heifer on attractiveness. What we'd like to do on her is just settle that tail head down a little bit when you compare to the female above her, and settle that shoulder into her a little bit more when you compare her to that female above her, but not taking away from the performance and power that this female has. Just even in that frame, we love the dimension that she has. In third place, one of the most attractive females for us in the ring, the biggest scaled female in the class, but coming with that, we just like to drop her down and make that third quarter just a little deeper, just balance her out a little bit, but we love the depth of body that she has in those front 2/3, and the attractiveness she has and the soundness that she has in that package. A female that we really, really like and is a nice representation of the Simmental breed. In fourth place here, we have another Mayborn heifer that super attractive female. She's super sound. We love the way this heifer moves out. We like to give her a little more body when you compare to the females above her. Yes, that may come with age and when she gets a little closer in age to these females above her, especially the red 2 females. But for today, she fits nicely into third spot for us. In fourth place, female that we love the volume that this heifer has. She's got a beautiful udder coming, really good foot shape on this female. When you compare to the female above her, we just like to extend her out a little bit in that front end. We'd like to level that hip off and stretch that hip out a little bit. But when you really analyze this female, there's a lot of good with her in that volume that she has. We would also like to just freshen her up a little bit. The female that we've got in the black female that we've have in sixth place here, female that just like the female above her, we'd like to freshen her up a little bit. A big volume female that we definitely appreciate that aspect of. We'd like to correct her up a little bit in her foot structure when you compare her to the female above her, and once again just freshen her up and extend her out on that front end. Female now that in seventh place, I believe, that's circling. One that we love the attractiveness to her. She's a long-bodied female. We just like to free her up a little bit in the movement in those hind legs and just to tidy that foot structure up. The female that we have rounding out our class, an attractive fronted female, one that's got some top and length of body to her. We just like to give her a little more flex in those hind wheels. She becomes quite straight when she gets out in her movement and pops that tail head up, but a female that you definitely got to love for how attractive she is in that front third.
Results in our first split of Simmental breeding heifers. Show number 417, Claire Taylor, Mescanal Ethelston. Second place is show number 309, Adley Subold of Kelvington. Third is Jacob McLean of Kelvington. Fourth is show number 303, Kaylin Sutter of Kelvington. In fifth is show number 606, Cooper Buckle of Three Lakes. In seventh is show number 707, Celeste Fleury, Tisdale. Eighth is show number 302, Terrence Sutter of Kelvington. We're moving on to our second split of Simmental breeding heifers. There are 2 scratches in this class. Show number 607 is a scratch, show number 607, and show number 405 is a scratch. 2 scratches in this class. There's a couple more silver sponsors I'd like to thank. Philip Manzier Enterprises, Quality Tea Limousine, Ravenworth Cattle, Sask Energy, Skinner Farms, Soil Tech Services, Sunderland, Charlet Farm, Synergy Ag Service, Sastel, Schulte, TNS Farms, Tisdale 4-H Beef Club, Vital Signs and Graphics, and Will Lane Land and Cattle. We'll have comments from Judge Barnett on our second split of Scimitar breeding heifers.
Our second split of heifers certainly offers a great deal of give and take, and Aaron and I's opportunity is to analyze where our priorities lie. We always come back to those foundational pieces, however, of foot quality and udder quality, and that's why this black heifer starts the class. This is a really beautiful footed female. She's really sound at the ground, and we love the udder she's got set up underneath her. We fully grant she does not have the mobility off her rear wheel that we would love her to have, but she gets around well enough when we analyze her compared to the others. A heifer that does push the envelope for us in terms of frame score. That's a big lady for her age. Certainly a lot of power in that female, and we appreciate that about her. With that power, she's attractive enough through her front third, an extremely long-bodied female. But like I said, we would love to give her some increased mobility off those rear two as she gets on the go. The two heifers in second and third, Aaron and I really went back and forth on, and it comes down to preference. We're going to give the nod to the solid red heifer based on, for me, udder quality. I think this udder is set in just a little bit nicer. It looks like it's going to have just a little bit better suspension maybe than the Fleckvey heifer in third. But two heifers, you really appreciate the body mass and density, the muscle shape, and the breed character of those two heifers. Like I said, that Fleck heifer in third is one we love so many pieces of. She's really attractive, and I have a soft spot for a Fleckvey Simmental female. I do question long-term longevity of that udder, however. She seems to be depositing a lot of fat into the udder already, and I just wonder how long that udder is going to last on that female. It's something that really I think we would be cautious of. That black baldy heifer in fourth is one that you appreciate from a foundational point of view. She's sort of a no-holes type of female. She just doesn't wow us in any particular way. We'd love to settle that tail head into her spine just a little bit better and square that hip off as she gets parked there. But a heifer she's got a nice udder coming under her, and she looks like she'll be a nice mama cow down the road. The black baldy heifer circling now comes in fifth. There's a heifer we just love to see more of. We'd love to pull her apart and add some increased rib shape and density to her muscle design. We'd love to just pull her apart in the top and add some more loin and shape to end of that heifer. The heifer that rounds out about our class is one that once she's parked, you can appreciate many pieces of. For us, she's just simply too straight off of all fours. She's very straight off that front shoulder, and she wants to prance around the ring because she just doesn't have the reach and flexibility off the front, and that transfers down the length of her spine and into those hind wheels as well. Watch as she gets and goes. She just doesn't have the reach and flex to her hock, and that limits her mobility to get around the ring today. A nice set of heifers, and I think we've got one more split of Simmental heifers coming for you.
Results in Split 2 of Simmental breeding heifers. First, entry 304, Kendra Ewan, Kelvington. In second is entry 512, Mackenzie Thiessen, Moose Range. Third is entry 511, Brady Thiessen, Moose Range. Fourth is entry 509, Chloe Crunch, Moose Range. In fifth is entry 513, Aubrey Rosewald, Moose Range. And rounding out the class is show number 404, Robin Wilton, Meskinal Ethelton. Now entering the ring is Split 3 and the final split in our Simmental breeding heifers. At this moment, I'd like to thank our bronze sponsors, Alicia Sopatic, BD4H Beef Club, Bargo Industries, Clarence and Denise Evans, Kay's Cattle Co., DKF Red and Black Angus, Hanson Livestock, Fountain Tire, Jordan River Farms, McCord's River Acre Farm, Mescana Ethleton 4-H Beef Club, Three Lakes 4-H Beef Club, and Triple H Farm. Comments on our last split of Simmental breeding heifers.
Exceptionally powerful set of females we have out here in our final split of the Simmental heifers. These two black females came to the top of the class for us quite easily. Two that pattern each other very similarly. These are long-bodied, big-bodied females. They've got enough attractiveness to them. We gave the nod to the female. We felt, even though she's not as attractive as the female in second place, we felt that she just gets out in the move a little bit better. That second place heifer, she gets a little tender and a little straighter when she gets moving out on those hind wheels. Not enough to demote her any farther in the class, but definitely gives that heifer in first place a chance to get above. Like I said, that heifer in first place, great big-bodied female. She's got a good foot under her, beautiful udder coming. A female that, we could freshen her up a hair if we were going to be real picky about her, but a female that puts together quite nicely. Like I said, this heifer in second place, the beautifully fronted female. When she's parked, she would win this class, but we just like to just correct her up a little bit on those hind wheels in order for her to place first in the class. Heifer in third, a more moderate body or moderate frame female. Once again, we'd like to freshen her up a little bit, but when you really analyze her, she's got a good foot under her. She's got a beautiful udder coming. Big-bodied heifer, just gives up a little bit of that power and stretch when you compare her to the females above her, but not to take away from a really nice heifer. In fourth place, we have a big, bold heifer, one that we love for the breed character that she has, the stretch, the volume. What we'd really like to correct on this female is it's those front feet. She starts to get a little bit of a curl there, and we just question the longevity that this female have going forward. But there's no denying that the power that this heifer has is impressive. Onto the Fleck female, one that if we could make them all as pretty as she is. We love the skull shape that this heifer has. We love the volume. She just gets a little straight on us, both in that front shoulder and in those rear wheels for her to place higher. Beautiful udder coming under this female, though. Big red heifer that we have next. Once again, love the breed character that this heifer has. So she's so long-bodied and big-topped and big-hipped. We just like to soften her up and give her a little more heel underneath her and tidy those toes up for her to place up with those females at the top of the class. The sleek black feminine female we have next. One, like I said, she is gorgeous fronted. She's long bodied. She's super feminine. She just gets a little straight in those hind wheels, a little tighter made when you compare her to the heifers above her, but one that there's no denying that she's very pretty, and one that you gotta love the front third on her. Moving on to the solid red heifer, one that, this heifer's sound enough for us today. Looks like she's going to drop a nice udder. She just simply gets outpowered when you look at the other heifers that are in the class. We just like to see a little more boldness to her rib shape, a little more flank to her, and just pull her apart and just make more of her, especially when you consider that she does have a decent amount of frame to her. We just like to bolden her up and make her a little stouter when you compare. Rounding out the class, we have a really long-bodied, attractive fronted female. One, though, that for her frame size, we just like to stouten her up. We'd like to drop that tail head into her a little bit more and tidy those feet up when you compare her to the females above her. But one that there's no denying that bald face is attractive, and we'd love to have this kind of stretch in all of our cattle. So just a really fun, powerful set of Simmental females here to round out our splits on the Simmental side.
Results in our third and final split of Simmentals. First is entry 716, Desiree Dufault, Tisdale. Second is entry 604, Grace Galen, Three Lakes. In third is entry 603, Callie Galen, Three Lakes. In fourth, entry 410, Charlotte Wilgosh, Meskinau Ethelton. In fifth is show number 706, Ty Olson, Tisdale. In sixth is show number 207, Fisher LeClaire, Beatty. In seventh is show number 206, Ruger LeClaire, Beatty. And in eighth is entry 221, Parker Beniski, Beatty. And rounding out the class is 421, Rhett Lenuff, Meskinau Ethelton. Now entering the ring is your first and seconds from split 1, 2, and 3 of the Simmental breeding class. Coming out of our first class was entry 417, Claire Taylor of Meskinau Ethelton. Second is Adley Sabol of Kellyton, showing show number 309. In our second split, we had first was show number 304, Kendra Ewan of Kelvington. And second, show number 512, 512 Mackenzie Thiessen of Moose Range. Here are some comments on our class of Simmental breeding heifers. There was 23 females in total in this breeding heifers.
You bet. 23 females that certainly represented the Simmental breed well. Aaron and I appreciate so many things about the Simmental breed, and it's why we still own a few ourselves. And with that, I'll let Aaron go ahead and pick your champion Simmental yearling and then your reserve.
Your champion Simmental breeding heifer comes out of the first split. Entry 417, Claire Taylor of Meskinat Ethelton. And your reserve champion comes out of the third split. 716, Desiree Defoe, Tisdale. Next class entering the ring is the main Anjou breeding heifer class. There is one scratch in this class. It is show number 214 is a scratch. There are 6 entries in this class. here's some comments on our main and Jew breeding heifers.
Certainly have some differences in type here in the ring in the main and Jew split. We started with the class with the heifer that we felt just came to the top of the class, if for no other reason than on foot quality. This heifer has quite a good foot underneath her. She's got a beautiful udder coming. Then when you add to that, she's got some top and some volume to her and attractiveness as well. She's given this young lady a little bit of a challenge here today, and she's maybe not getting out and moving like we'd like to see her, but that's a challenge for us to decipher. Is that just because she's having a bad day, or if that's how she's actually put together? But for us, she comes to the top of the class. Heifer in second place, very attractive female. She's got lots of volume to her. She's nice and level over that top and right through. We'd like to clean up that foot structure a little bit when you compare to the heifer in front of her, and just maybe give her a little more top, but certainly a very big-bodied, attractive type of female. In third place, we've got a very different type of female than the one in our second place. This heifer, she's super long-bodied, big topped. You can tell that you may be a little bit more of a traditional main and Jew type female, but what we'd really like to do with her is just soften her up. She's a little extreme when she comes to her frame size, and with that she comes a little bit of a shallower made type of female, but one that you definitely like how she's extended out through her front end and she has some attractiveness. Switching gears into our fourth place female, a very different scale than the heifer in fourth place. This is an extremely moderate made female, one that we'd like to correct up that foot structure on her. She's got a beautiful little udder coming, but we just need a little more of her when you compare to the heifers above her. Onto the red heifer here, another one too, like the other red heifer in the class. We'd like to soften her up and give her more volume. Another attractive made female that's very attractive through her front end. She's got some stretch to her, and we'd like just to give a little more flex on those hind wheels. Rounding out our class, we have a very extended, long-bodied female. For us, we just really need to change up the hind wheels on her. We really are worried about the longevity of this female when she gets out on the move. She's just really uncomfortable on those hind wheels, and for that, we put her to round out our class. But definitely an interesting set of main and Jew females here in the ring, and look forward to seeing them back for our final drive.
Results in our main and Jew breeding heifer class. First is entry 719, Adrian Byman. Second is 212, Caitlin Spratt. Third is 216, Robin Spratt. Fourth is 215, Riley Spratt. Fifth is 213, JC Spratt. And sixth is 221, Alyssa Spratt. Our next class is a single entry, our clubby breeding heifer, and show number 401, Carter Schmear of Mesquina Ethleton.
Just the single entry in the clubby division here, but a heifer that certainly is worthy of some competition. We appreciate the boldness of her rib shape, the depth of side that she offers, and then she gets around on a tidy foot with an udder design that certainly looks like she's got the potential to be a mama cow down the road. Like I said, a heifer that certainly could have handled some competition.
Our winner of the clubby breeding heifer division is show number 401, Carter Schmear of Mesquina Ethleton. Up next is another single entry class. This is the limousine breeding heifer. It is show number 711, Emma Qualley of Tisdale.
Just a lone Limousin female here. One that we've talked about some breed character, and this heifer certainly has that in spades. She's got that length of body and great big top that commercial cattlemen have come to appreciate about the Limousin breed, and she's got that down pat. Beautifully fronted female. One that we could stand to have a little bit more volume to her, but one that definitely could stand some more competition when you really come down and analyze this female.
Our winner of the Limousine Breeding Heifer Division is 711 Emma Qualley of Tisdale. Our next class is our last breed class. It is class 33 Gelbvieh Breeding Heifers. There's 4 heifers in this class. We would like to thank our show committees at this time. Chair is Scott Sunderland, and the committee members are Carmen Elliott, Mike Spratt, Kim Pitzel, Scott Galen, Jason Schick, Pat Skinner, Lisa Schmier, Scott Sunderland, and Tyler Fettis. Nicole Nixolda and Bailey Babisi, and our show coordinator, Carla Borsa. And just a couple other housekeeping items here. Just want to remind everyone that the sale is tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Also, we want to thank DLMS for broadcasting the show and sale so we can reach more people who cannot be in attendance. So big thanks to DLMS. Also, thank you to Steffes Auctioneers for the use of the sound truck. Also, if you're getting a little hungry, Kathy's Sweet Treats food booth is located on the grounds for all your food and drink needs. Be sure to check them out. Comments on the Gelbvieh Breeden Heifer class.
We're going to start this class off with the black female that for us rises to the top quite handily in terms of her balance from end to end. Here's a heifer. She's so deep-bodied, right from her chest floor back into her flank and into her hip. We would love to tidy up the front third of this heifer just a little bit and settle that crest down into her neck if we could, and just smooth out that the attachment from her neck into her shoulder, but a heifer that's setting down a beautiful udder, and like I said, she's just the most balanced for us from end to end. We're going to go now into the big performance heifer of the class. This is one of the youngest females in the group, a heifer that's tremendously long-bodied, and we admire her weight per day of age, a heifer that's setting down what looks to be a very functional udder, and then when we analyze her at the ground, we'd love to put an additional amount of heel to this heifer, but the claws are an even shape and size, and so we're going to give her the benefit of the doubt there and let her have that based on the performance that she has to offer. The heifer in third is one that, again, we appreciate from a balance point of view. When you analyze her from the side profile, there's the most attractive female in the class. We like the way she blends from part to part down the spine. Where we'd love to make some adjustments on this heifer is the shape of those claws. The claw shape isn't necessarily even on each foot, and we'd love to make that adjustment to her if we could to move her higher. The dark red heifer that rounds out our class is certainly another high-performing, long-bodied type of female. udder looks to be coming in nicely. Heifer that we'd love to just add some additional muscle shape and dimension to from the rear third perspective, and just add her some additional width at the base, and just pull that heifer apart to make her stand higher today. A nice class of Gelbvieh heifers.
Results for our Gelbvieh breed and heifer class. First is show entry 725, Rebecca Spray from Tisdale. Second is show number 728, Ethan Hagnes from Tisdale. And third is show number 723, Amber Spray from Tisdale. And fourth is show number 726, Kale Hagnes from Tisdale. Next, we'll bring back all of our champions from the breed classes and select our top breed and females. Top breed and heifers. Coming back into the ring, starting with our Red Angus division. First is Casey Taylor of Meskinau. Second was Alice Skinner of Bar West. Our Black Angus division, Brock Wilson of Tisdale and Teslin Kiner of Meskinau. Charlet, Landon Braille of Tisdale, Anna Wilgosh of Meskinau. The Speckle Park, Amelia Rosewald of Moose Range. Walker Carlson of Beatty. In the Hereford division, first was Reuben Skinner, Bar West. Second, Kenzie Ayers of Tisdale. Simmental was first Claire Taylor of Meskinau. Second, Adley Siwold of Kelvington. The main and Jew, first, Adrian Byman, Tisdale. Second, Caitlin Spratt, Beatty. Clubby, Carter Schmier of Meskinau. Limousine division was Emma Qualley. And rounded out from our last division, the Gelbvieh division, first was Rebecca Spray, and second, Ethan Hagnes, both of Tisdale.
Now that we're at one of the most highly anticipated classes of the day, I'll direct your attention to the by the red barn north of it where the wash racks are. You'll notice something different. They're a little bigger, and it's something that was needed for a long time. We have a big thank you to Scott Galen from the Three Lakes Club for leading this initiative and putting countless hours into the project. Thank you to everyone who helped Scott with the project. We know that it wouldn't be here without his work and his contacts to get the job done. The wash rack was largely funded by the Northern Plains program in partnership with Collective Impact, and thanks to their donation, we were able to see the project through. Other major thank yous we have for this project are Gordon Ready Mix, Prairie North Co-op, Huge Enterprises, Murray Wilton, Quibbles Custom Excavating and Landscaping. This is a great upgrade for our show and will be used for many years to come. Thanks again to all involved. I think they're making it a little easier on the 4-H members this year. Back a couple of years ago when I was going, I guess it wasn't that far back in the day, it was first one up, got to get the wash rack spot. Now there's enough for all the clubs for all morning, so it's much needed. The judges are going to go ahead and select their top 5 heifers at random and are going to pull them forward. From there, they'll make some comments, and then we'll select our champions. If we can get representatives from some of our sponsors for these banners, Creek's Edge Land and Cattle, Quality Limousine, Soil Tech Services, Sastel, Tisdale 4-H Beef Club. If there's any representatives from those farms and companies, if they could come to the announcing stand and we can get you to present the banner.
Please join us in a round of applause for an exceptional set of yearling heifers. At each and every opportunity Aaron and I have, we really push the ideas of structure and function in these cattle. We believe first and foremost that feet and udders have to be right. We have to do the best we can as an industry to create the best structured cattle. The better structured these cattle are, the longer they last, and there is no trait in our industry that pays more dividends than longevity. And we've worked today to try and sort these females based on those that meet those those functional foundation pieces for us. What we have on the crowd side there is your top 6 females. We've been asked to name our top 5, and these females will also, I understand, be competing for top homegrown heifer and top AI heifer and those types of things. And so with that, I'm really excited. Aaron's going to go pick your champion yearling female, followed by your reserve, and on down to show you your top 5.
For our home raise division, our champion home raise is also the champion, is Landon Burrell. Second is Claire Taylor, and third is Anna Wilgosh. We finally have our AI division figured out. And first in the AI division is Teslin Kiner from Mesquina. Second is Alice Skinner from Bar West. And third is Emily Roosevelt from Moose Range. We'll get the champions for pictures, but all the other heifers are excused from the ring. Also, if we could get the group of fours ready, that'd be perfect. We'll try to get the group of four done as soon as possible, right after the pictures. Before the group of four, we will do the grand champion and reserve champion female class. So if the cow-calf pairs from earlier this afternoon can come to the Marston area. Coming back for our Supreme Champion female, coming from the Breed and Heifer division, entry 714, Landon Braille, Tisdale, and entry 417, Claire Taylor, Mescanaw. And then coming back from our 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot, first was Morgan Sutter of Kelvington, and second was Ava Wilgosh of Mescanaw, Ethelton. And then in our 3-year-old division, the champion was 301, once again, Morgan Sutter of Kelvington, and 408, Anna Wilgosh of Mescanaw, Ethelton. We'll have our judges comment on the Supreme class of females.
For myself and Joe, these female classes are the ones that are the most fun to judge. We both went through the 4-H program, and even though we had a steer every year, we every year would drag females to town as well. And I think both of us at one point or another drug way too many females to town. And it's really neat to see multiple members out here today that brought 2 pairs and a heifer calf, or a pair and a heifer, or a pair and a bred, or however it worked, but multiple female projects. And you can tell those members are putting a pile of work into their 4-H projects. And I think all these members that have brought these females out today, both in the yearling classes as well as the cow-calf classes, really deserve an enormous round of applause for the awesome job they've done. we always say that the kids that come out and bring these females out are really the ones that are starting to build their herds. They're the future of our industry, and we're in a pretty awesome industry, and especially when you've got kids of this quality that have cattle of this quality, it's going to be certainly in good hands. We've went through today, and we've been really strong and hard on some udders and hard on some feet, and we've assembled 6 females here that really fit our standards in terms of that sound functional females that are going to last a long time and be productive, and these females all really fit that for us. We've actually been really blown away with the quality of females we've seen here today, and we're really excited to see if the steers follow suit tomorrow, because if they do, we're going to have a lot of fun. I think with that, Joe's going to go out and pick the 2 females that we found today fit that type that we were looking for best. Once again, we're really excited about the future of the industry in this area, because you guys got a really exceptional set of kids, and the hands of the beef industry in this area is in good hands for a long time to come. So Joe's going to go out and he's going to pick our champion female, followed by a reserve.
H Beef Show is Morgan Sutter with the 2-year-old cow-calf pair of Kelvington 4-H Beef Club. And your reserve comes out of the bred heifer division as Landon Braille of the Tisdale 4-H Beef Club. Our champion sponsor, grand champion female sponsor, is Gateway Veterinary Service, and a reserve champion female is sponsored by Willow Lane Land and Cattle. As we get our pictures taken of our champions, the other clubs can start getting their group of 4 ready and bringing them out into the ring. Group of fours can start entering the ring.
So in our group of 5 class, we're going to start with the group of Tisdale females here. Each of those 4 females was very competitive in their breeds, and so that's a pretty obvious first place for us. In second, we're going to go down to Kelvington at the far end. In third, we've got 3 Lakes. In fourth, we'll put the second Tisdale team at the far end down there. And rounding out our top 5 would be Moose Range. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the end of our day today. And if we drug things out a little bit too long, pick faster judges next year. But we do thank you so much for the courteous nature of your kids and being on time to the ring. And thanks for our ring help. I think we start bright and early tomorrow morning on the steer show. And we sure appreciate the opportunity to spend another day here in Melfort. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great night.
Well, for everybody online, that's it for the show here. Do tune in for the steer show. It's going to start about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we'll be live with that here. We'll have that at 10 o'clock, and then we'll get through the steer show. We got about 105 head to get through, so a big day tomorrow, and then we'll have the steer sale at 6 o'clock live on DLMS tomorrow too.